Hey guys, Sheep here, and welcome to a new leveling video where I failed to spell the word little. We'll be leveling a ice boson today. Because the current event is perfect rolls on cold items, sets and uniques obviously only. I did want to go ahead and abuse that a little bit and play a cold zon. It's been a while. I haven't played this since like early into DTR launcher days, and we are currently on LAN and not launcher. We don't need this stuff. I'm going to sell these to the Akara, so I don't have to think about it too hard. This will not be a pure from scratch run. We're going to use some things like some early rune words just to make life not suck, so we can skip Countess farm and all that stuff while recording. And that's pretty much it. This is nothing I'm going to wear is something we couldn't get while leveling. So don't worry about that. And that is about it. We'll be starting with javelins. We will swap to cold arrow or multi-shot later. But yeah, that is where we are. I'm trying to look for a video. I'm going to set this on low. Hopefully it runs a little smoother. Somehow, I doubt it. We are going to be on players 20 to start until we get a couple levels, then we'll swap down to 8. Zon doesn't really have any like insane leveling skills like Paladin, Assassin, that kind of those kind of classes. Like, even something like Bash would have been really good. We don't have that either. I'm a fan of Recharge personally as your starting skill because it costs no mana and it does an insane amount of damage. One second, my HUD broke. I need to be able to see their stats. Thank you. It makes my brain feel better. We're not going to do Den until later. You know the drill. Den is like super spooky. I do want that sash, though. At 6, we get Lightning Fury, which is probably the pick for running through Den. I'm a big fan of 25 strength, 40 to 50 words mana energy early. And then you can go into Vitality after that, but like if you feel like you're dying or coming close to dying, just go more Vitality early. I just like the solid feeling from grabbing that energy, and we have free respecs early anyway, so like abuse them, use them, abuse them. Is it really abusing them if it's intended to be used? Yeah, lack of AoE clear on an early skill really sucks. Sit here and stab them to death. Can I have this level, please? Thank you. There we go. Then we'll do this, these points here. Yeah, they really did nerf Charge Strike in the other game, didn't they? Or not Charge Strike, Lightning Fury. We did it, we killed them. Took way more effort than ever should have, but we killed them. Yes. This requires level 35. I was like, oh, we can use that. And I was like, wait. No, we can't. That's a level 35 item for some reason. Go ahead and grab the waypoint. Then I think we'll go ahead and grab a bow. And swap to one of the bow skills. Probably just multi-shot. Multi-shot should be good enough to get us through early. This button. I did hear that currently the guided arrow synergy with multi-shot is bugged. But that won't matter for us later. We'll kind of grab evasive tactics. We will grab slow missiles as a point, and we'll grab critical strike. And we'll keep this extra point for when we have another skill point to add. So we can keep grabbing more points into evasive tactics. Just grab whatever kind of socketed bow you can get. Whatever quiver. Doesn't matter too much. Yeah, I think I accidentally deleted the one I had set to the side to save. Oops. Okay, let's go do some din. I kind of need mana potions. Sure, it'll be fine, right? Right? It is not fine. Maybe going Cold Arrow would have been better. We just go boop. Cold Arrow. Cold Arrow costs more mana, but it's 4 mana. I just need mana potions. That's what it comes down to. Lots and lots of mana potions. Yeah, we're never killing this. I wasn't even trying. The goblin knows it too, and that's why I didn't walk away. Oh my god. Yeah, it not shotgunning, but hit all your arrows getting stuck on the same enemy feels real bad. I wonder if Strafe just feels better. It's less mana. It doesn't do that stupid my stuff gets stuck on stuff thing. Surprisingly, Strafe does feel better. I don't think I'm ever going to say those words again in my life. Strafe is actually doing quite a bit of damage here. The mana cost is insane. I believe there was talk about next patch, Strafe will be pure physical. Which would be kind of nice, because I think Fire is was just awkward for Strafe, because you had no choice but to be multi-shot if you wanted to play physicals on. It's always nice to have options. I'm going to take the 1 point invasive tactics here. So through normal, we'll probably end up playing as multi-shot, and we'll switch to a cold build as we progress. The problem is with the event, we're currently like decentivized to actually play cold as while leveling because everything has more cold resist, as you can see. Everything in normal automatically has 25 cold resist. Everything in nightmare automatically has 50 cold resist. Everything in hell has, you'll never guess, 75 cold resist. Just like naturally. So there's a lot more cold immunes in hell than there normally are. I don't expect this to be a particularly fast run because of how bad Zana is at speedrunning. Well, I found light gauntlets at Corpse Fire. That's a little sus. Corpse Fire shouldn't be able to drop those. So yeah, I'll probably go just more into Strafe. So our plan is level with Strafe early. We'll put all this stuff on after Countess. I am just taking a look. I wanted to see if I had other pieces of Arctics laying around. No. Okay. This is free, like free. It's a little bit of extra damage for any way possible is always nice. We used to have unique bows as a flavor drop, but I think we just do not anymore. At least not early game. Well, I'm here. I might as well do Blood Raven, right? Okay. I'll probably roll these stocking stuffers for uniques. I'm still missing a handful of items to actually play ice on at like a high level. Mainly the unique quiver, but there's also other unique quivers that would be really nice to grab early on. That we can get out of stocking stuffers. That's probably our plan. Cranium Basher, Modox first, Demon Limb, Blade of Alibaba, so nothing good there. Eat up these. keep our eye out for blue quivers early on. I'm going to try out multi-shot on the thought that the 20 poison is just enough to clear most like trash packs early on, like this. So we can just do some poison shenanigans. But maybe it's not as good as I thought it was. I think if I had like another emerald or something, we could do it. It's definitely not bad. Yeah, like chip gems in our bow would be pretty solid early. I think poison is just very strong as like the very first kind of chip gem you can get, but you don't see emerald, you don't see emerald, you know? Here's this. Let's see if we can find waypoint. I mean, it's a Jew. It's a gem. Definitely not the gem I want, but it's a gem. 1 to 3 cold damage, 1 to 8 lightning damage. Topaz is just so much better, what the hell? And there's waypoint. Extra damage is extra damage, you know? My beautiful, beautiful bow. We will do Underground Passage on players 1. I think Underground Passage is just ridiculous. I need the waypoint. I don't need the waypoint, I need the portal. This way a multi-shot should kill pretty much anything in here. 1 to 2 hits. Drink that potion for no reason. Okay, the only thing you get for adding points into multi-shot is more arrows, but like I don't really need more arrows. That was a very short track through there. I think we dropped down to players 8. I think 8's gonna end up feeling right. Yeah, trying to use multi-shot when you have no like flat damage sources is just not it. Just simply not it. Go find Rakanishu. Yeah, the very early of this run is very slow, but as soon as we hit Countess stuff, it shouldn't be that bad. So then we'll get a high damage weapon. I never hit record on the fucking video, are you kidding me? Well, I guess I'll just have to grab it from Twitch. Hopefully it's not in dog water quality. I just don't feel like throwing a portal up. I was like, oh, let me just press the button to throw a portal up, and I was just like, nah, screw it, we'll exit. Makes zero mathematical difference. Wow, max damage rings. Spoiled. Okay, we're 10. Let's do Countess, and then we can swap to our gear we would have gotten after farming Countess for a little bit. And from there, it is smooth sailing. I will need to get a new bow because I use this one for chip gems, but besides that... This is a dead end. Oh, let me use that crossbow. Oh wait, they're sin only now. Wow. Where am I going? Like, I could just follow the pathway, but I'm just, like, too dumb to do that. D2ReMoDDeD has so many enemies, my god. It is a burning house, not my Countess. Oh, Countess, where art thou, Countess? It's really trying to convince me to play Assassin instead of Amazon, isn't it? Well, there's Waypoint. It's half of the, like, formula for Countess runs. Oh, that's even not a bad Countess run. Like, if we actually were planning on doing Countess runs, it'd be pretty easy. He says before almost dying as soon as he walks in the doorway. Oh, there's a new bow. Okay, successfully lured the way too high level enemies out from their corner. Now let's find our actual Countess and kill her, and then we can start the fun part of this run. I mean, Talon of Fall was a pretty solid starter. Okay, you know the drill pretty much on what uniques or what rune lords are going to be playing. We're going to make a slight change for a couple of them. First off, I'll flip over here. We're always on our Obsession Helm. We're always on Stealth Armor. Daylight Boots, or Daylight Gloves. Lightning Boots. I have to craft our belt and our bow. But everything else is the same as usual. So I'm going to check for a better bow. Nope, okay. Our bow will be, I believe it's Ort F. Let me clear out my inventory real fast. Ort F sounds right for Zephyr. Bow. Zephyr, Ort F. And this will pretty much carry us until Nightmare. I really gotta do something about this inventory, goddamn. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then our belt is Lust, which is L to Tal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three, 4, 5. This is all like runes you can easily get from Fernie and Countess. Let's make our belt. So generic Lust Belt. Redemption is a stupid aura to have early game. Ort F. Make our Zephyr. The reason we go with Zephyr is because when you level it all the way up to the max, you get this sweet thing, which is 1 to 4 is flat 200 damage minimum, and then top end up to 450 damage. Yes, please. I will take insane amounts of damage. And then you just respec and you go into multi-shot because you don't need actual damage for this. So we can just put all our points into multi-shot. All the rest of them into evasive tactics. Grab potions. Push this baby back out to players 20. And walk over the game till Nightmare. All that suffering early game, just pick up our Runic Forging, and this is why Runic Forging is getting nerfed. The current is, I think we're leaning towards added level requirement, which is what makes most sense to me. I think that's the best way you could probably nerf it. My suggestion was added level requirement plus a catalyst. It needed to be a higher level to get, like a Nightmare or something. Because I don't really mind if people like buy twink items as much as I personally like leveling with fresh characters and fresh items that you can get off the start. That's not for everyone, and I know that. Another Arctic item. Let's go! I'm not turning in Hellforge. Fuck it. Or not Hellforge. Smith's Hammer. There's just no reason to use it in ReMoDDeD, to be honest. Like, there's no result you want. Let's put it that way. Like, most of your good items are rune words, sets, uniques, that kind of stuff. We're 18, we can grab Guided Arrow as our single target. Because it doesn't miss bosses. Main reason. But I'm planning on multi-shot through normal, switch to Cold Arrow for Nightmare in Hell, I think. We'll see when we get there. I just feel like trying to be Elemental Arrow while leveling is just a rough choice. Unless you luck sack and find like some set or unique weapon. And that is Act 1 done in an amount of minutes. 36 minutes. That's about right. Act 1 is probably your slowest act. Should be blazing fast through here. But I expect the cold arrow run to take us about, well, we'll just call it Boson, the Sunny Lighter. The Boson run will take about 6 hours. Real reason is it's simply because Boson can't teleport. The base Zon cast speed is so bad. Once we start looking at grabbing Pierce, I think it's more viable to swap to like Frozen Arrow. Like 3 arrow, Frozen Arrow is probably fine once you get Pierce. Problem is you want to max Frozen Arrow and Pierce so that you can get both advantages. So it explodes twice, it freezes, and it at max level gets plus 2 additional arrows. To get that same treatment to Explosive Arrow, they should have. I do wish we had chosen a faster bow, but I kind of wanted to just, like, get going. There's an argument that we are at 16 arrows, we have more than enough arrows, and we can start grabbing some stuff that help us do more damage, or just be faster. The only thing we get is attack rating. You get extra attack speed if we go Hunter's Haste. But you lose attack rating, that doesn't really matter. So we'll do Hunter's Haste for leveling. Definitely had some attack speed per point. Then 18 we get Guided Arrow anyway for dealing with boss's accuracy rating, so like our accuracy doesn't matter. Okay, let's take a quick look at skills. We're always going to do this, we're always going to do this and this. Those are free. I think we only need about 10 arrows from Guided Arrow. I feel like 10 is perfectly fine. The rest of our points can do in something like Hunter's Haste, or for more passive stuff. We'll just go Hunter's Haste. It leaves me 3 skill points. We'll put 1 into Slow Missile and just put the rest into Hunter's Haste, or into Multi-Shot. A couple more arrows. I do want to play around with this, but this is like once we can max it. Okay, we'll just put the rest of our points in Hunter's Haste and just ignore multi-shot for a bit. Gorefoot, Edirums, Arctic Binding Belt. Valcalm is funny. Not particularly good, but it's funny. Doop. Doop. I said dupe. Let's reset our stats too, because I don't think I need anything besides just like max Fido. Our Redemption plus Life to Kill should keep us topped off. Always down for more stocking stuffers to drop. Like that. Exactly like that. Out of my way! One has to try, okay? Three stocking stuffers, don't spoil me now. But yeah, if you're playing on the Christmas event, I would highly suggest saving your stocking stuffers for the random Archon plate and trying to hit your cold immunity Archon plate if you're playing Cold Zone. And then you can start rolling for other items. I already have a cold Archon plate, so I'm going to use mine for rolling for other uniques. Because we will need that immunity pierce later. Like 100% we'll need that immunity pierce later. In early game, it really does not take much time to get like 10 stocking stuffers stacked up. Late game, it feels like they never drop. But early game, it's pretty easy. I'm not going to try to kill that goblin. I feel like Cloud Viper should be on this side over here. Like top right. Oh, I'm so good at this. At current rate we're going, we should be like exactly on par for level experience per area we're in. I'd kind of like to be 18 before Burial, but you do what you gotta do. Stocking stuffers. While we're going through these acts, I'm going to look at like what areas drop the most stocking stuffers. Because whatever ends up winning is what we're going to be farming for a long time. For other builds. So far, this area is winning. That is 3 stocking stuffers. Like, barely trying. I feel like early Flayer is probably the answer. But it's never in the book room. It's also like a guaranteed dead end room, yeah. So it's obviously the one direction we did not choose to go. Seems about right. Free Soul Rune. Okay. Open these. Forsaken Light Shield. Willbreaker. Seraph's Hem. I'd rather see when he's listed. Gargoyle's Bite, Pain Gouger, and Tomb Reaver. Honestly, like, pretty solid items, nothing for me. Oh yeah, and eat these too. A very quick Act 2 is, like, starting to be. Once we get to the point where... I think once we're 18, we'll drop the player count a little bit. 20? 20. Let's call it 20. Then we'll bring it back up when we start farming cows. Which I do feel like Frozen Arrow with Pierce is probably the go-to plan for cows for me. That's not really online until 31. Okay, take your gambles, take your bets. 1 through 4, 1 through 4. I'm going this way. I'm feeling a 2 today. I think we'll just go ahead and drop it down. Just so that, like, running through Arcane doesn't take us 2 hours. We're already 18, which gets us our access to Guided Arrow. We will probably respec so we can actually grab that point in Pierce as well. Let me clear that real fast. So we grab one of each of our passives, we grab Evasive Tactics, we grab Slow Missile, one of the Guided Arrow, rest in Hunter's Haste, Multi-Shot. So it's 12 arrows for multi-shot, which is more than enough. Pretty much all we need. We put Guided Arrow on mouse button. Okay. Guided Arrow is almost there entirely for bosses. I didn't get Pierce? I did not get Pierce. I must have clicked next to it. Give me a second. Give me a second. Don't be like this. Okay. Now we have Pierce. So I shot off the edge, the arrow animation disappeared, but it still killed that enemy. Let's go. That's not multi-shot, this is multi-shot. Yeah, early Zon just needs so many skill points. Like, I want Evade, I want Pierce, I want my main skills. I want Hunter, at least one of the Hunters for early parts, but like that's negotiable, I guess. Okay, it was not 1. 1 was not it. Zephyr is such a stupid item. Well, if it wasn't for Zephyr, we would be doing, like, not even close to this amount of damage. We'd be on something like a 3 Talbow, which I have done before, and is not the worst. It was not 2. I kind of like 3 Talbow. But it's been nerfed a little bit in remodded because Tals are earlier, so the damage is lower. So I think 3 Emeralds is actually more damage than 3 Tals. Can I click on the portal? Thank you. So here, I think we're fine to just keep grabbing points and Pierce. 25%. Let's max out Hunter's Haste first, and then we'll consider going to Pierce. If you're on the patch after Christmas update, Guided Arrow Synergy should be working again, and therefore Guided Arrow would be the better max, but with it not working... Okay, so it was 3. I'm not picking up the riddle, it's just a waste of my space. It is... Star, Square, Triangle, Circle, Cyclops... Crescent? It's Crescent. I know, I could just look at my thing, but that just takes all the fun out of it. I will say this character is going to have a huge kill count by the time we finish Hell. Simply because it kind of just kills everything on the screen. Which is good, because with no block, we're going to need a lot of life. I would probably not take this character to farm bosses Tundra. I just don't think it's built for that. Unless we start getting enough damage that we're just like one-tapping everything. Stocking Stuffers, Andariel's Visage, Howl Tusk. Obviously that's Sanders. Frozen is rough as always, nothing we can really do about it because it's Duriel. We're 19 coming out of tombs, which means we are quite over-leveled for our areas, which is good. Don't get me wrong, that is a perfectly good thing. Eat this Cathan set real fast. Yeah, I think this Zephyr will carry us up until, like, easily past cows. It is a shame there's not really good elemental options for rune words. Indestructible. I was really expecting more stocking stuffers from these kind of enemies, but I guess just not. Like, I really felt like Flayer enemies, like the Ratmen and the Fetishes, were going to be hella drops for quivers. Which is the drop pool that stocking stuffers are in, then the quiver drop pool for reasons. Oh, I miss playing Bozon so much. Like, while shield toss is almost this exact same concept of, like, walk forward, hit things from range, you gotta kind of aim on shield toss. With multi-shot, cold arrow, you just don't aim. Technically, strafe doesn't aim either. Technically. You complain once, and then suddenly all the stocking stuffers start dropping. I think this layout is the one where we just continue moving through. This layout where this just exits? No. Okay. Take a quick look at the map. Here. That is a faster to go back to waypoint. Goblin. Gym Goblin. That's just gonna take too long. That's not worth my time. If it was a Nightmare Gym Goblin, maybe. If it was a Chest Goblin, even more likely. It being a Gym Goblin and it's just gonna take me too long. I thought it was there. Is it not? Guess I was wrong. Is it further down? Don't look like it either. Oh no. Wait, we found something. This tilts off in a new direction. How have we not seen a blue quiver yet? Goes into Great Marsh, and I saw no other way, so I think this is just a walk through Great Marsh kind of one. Do kind of need to pick up some of these jewels for crafting in a minute. Specifically, we'll be doing some quiver crafting. Holy moly! I know I'm here, actually, today. I even got all set up to put my camera up, too, and I think my camera's dead, and I just didn't have the time to work on it before stream started. So there's that. Yeah, I'm just like really excited to play this build. It is unfortunate that we kind of do have to just level with multi-shot. Like, because of how reliant Cold Arrow is on spell power to get extra additional arrows. There's really no way around that. And no easy way to get Cold Arrow to get extra spell power early. I could take a look at the Kurast. But even then, that probably wouldn't be viable till 30. Like, maybe we can get a spell power quiver or something. Flayer. I do miss being able to use crossbows because they were just better than bows in like every single way. Probably a reason to not allow crossbows on, but still. Eyes and hearts. I saw Rune Goblin worthy. We can high roll this Rune Goblin, we can do some shenanigans. I just don't do enough damage. I can hit, but I can't. I don't have open wound or anything. Like even a little bit of poison would probably be enough. What I'll probably do is keep an eye out for a pair of javelins, put them on my backhand, and use Plague Javelin to kill goblins early. I think that was the strat we used last time we played this build. No, poison does not stack. It's just that poison prevents regen. That's the only reason to go poison. To kill goblins. The only things that prevent regen are prevent monster heal, which only works on non-Uber bosses. That's an important note for anyone that's looking to do something about Uber bosses. Then there's poison. Open wound, which is just actually just sets the regen to 0 to negative, which is funny to me. Like they were like, we want to make bleeding work, but we're not sure, so we'll just make it set their regen to negative amounts. Sure, okay. And then damage over time fire also stops regen. But there's very few sources of that outside of like Sorceress's Firewall. Like I think it might just be Sorceress, Firewall, Meteor, and like the ground fire she has. I think that might be the only character that can actually do it. That one is pretty niche. Oh yeah, I forgot Amazon has a fire skill. It's just bad, so no one plays it. That does it. It's this one, Curtain of Fire. Like, okay. Curtain of Fire does a lot of damage, it's just a bad skill. Like, to play. It's a delay with a delay. Like, you fire the arrow takes a second to hit, then after the arrow hits, because the arrow moves pretty slow, then it calls a meteor down, which has a delay to fall, and it's just delay after delay after delay. Well, we maxed out this, so I think we'll now go into getting Pierce points. We will want them for cows. The obvious, we could also go just straight into Guided Arrow, even though the synergy doesn't work, because Guided Arrows are boss damage. But on the flip side, it doesn't really matter, because all of our damage is also elemental. You're in my way. I don't know how much this Hunter's Haste is actually doing for us. I was hoping it would feel better, but like that extra walk speed, like I can barely feel it. Maybe it's just simply because we have so much walk speed already. Oh, I sure do love this place. Okay, and that just leaves Travical to do. I'm gonna go ahead and do this while I'm sitting here. Boop. Rising Sun. Umbral Disc. Well, we got a bow we can use later. It's like absolutely worse than any of our other options, but we'll test it out at least. And a guitar. Okay, I need to keep this for crafting. That's right. Eye, brain. We need to do sewers and Travical. Yeah, like this. Look at this bow. This bow is 154 to 332 at level 60. Miserable. And for being a bow called Cold Crow Cause, it sure has no cold damage attached to it. Probably just end up eating it, obviously. It's just not a good bow. Especially since we can have Harmony at that level, which is outperformed like crazy. I shouldn't need the +3 freeze target, because I'll be using Freezing Arrow for a lot of things. Which kind of just naturally does that. At least late game. I don't know, does freeze target stack like that? Can't really say I've ever stacked freeze target in this game. You know what's better than a frozen target? A dead target. I can kind of feel our damage starting to fall off already. That's not a good sign. We can always switch to Cold Arrow at this point, because we'll be able to max Cold Arrow and start getting pierced. But I think we'll be fine up until at least Act 4. Once we hit 24, we can also just put it to players 1 and just run through the game. Definitely a possibility. Because 24 is the level where it's like, oh, I get max XP at Baal, so I can just immediately catch back up. Using Baal, cows, etc. I almost want to max evasive tactics. Going in Pierce. Like, Zon doesn't feel good until like 40. Okay. So freeze target is not perfect, is what you're saying? I'm not going to stand that close, just in case he actually can hit me. I need some poison. Let's do that thing I said I was gonna do. Or if I encountered one, I was just gonna get javelins and on my backhand do it that way. Really, what you can do eventually is get javelins with How are you not selling javelins? Okay, I'll just gamble some. You get Amazon javelins with +1 poison, and that's usually enough to keep them poisoned the entire time. You know, while I was doing this, I should have just turned in Kool-Aid too. Show me javelins. Basic ass bitch javelins, please. And then we can respec to play javelin. Put all our points into poison point, which I don't know where that is. This is poison point, okay. Well, there's a goblin here too, so I guess we'll deal with that as well. Also, important note, a goblin has just spawned in sewers level 2. That would probably mathematically be the best place to goblin farm in the game because of how small the area is. Just saying. You'd have to get a good spawn, but if you could, like, get a waypoint next to the area. Well, it's not even about the seed saving, to be honest. It's more that you can just instantly reload the area, and there's no enemies that spawn in here. Realistically. Goblin, I swear to God, if you actually manage to hit me, I'm going to scream. This takes a little too long. But it's better than not being able to kill it, I guess. Let's try out some Cold Arrow. So we do need the at least Pierce and Penetrate. And Evasive Tactics. Everything else can probably go into Cold Arrow. Which gets a whopping 6 arrows. That might be good enough. Then we can go... Probably some more points into Pierce, to be honest. Let's try this out. How do I earn quick kills to be able to LB? The answer is you really shouldn't. You should just play the game like normal and just not do boss farming and just farm them normally. I'm not going to keep this bow. It's awful. But if you really, really wanted to do it, you would probably just do cows or trials or something like that. There is a very cheesy way that only works with some characters, but you can do Mephisto Houselock for Ubertristram and sit there and just let him spawn dudes on top of you and kill the dudes constantly. But that's really only viable for exactly like Oridon or something, but that also does not hit Mephisto. Because it's bad. it's just bad and I can't bring myself to use it. That's why I bagged the bow. I knew it would bother everyone. That's why I bagged the bow. Because a Harmony is better than that bow by like 900%, which is the sad, sad truth. The bow did deserve to be bagged, yes. Here, I can prove it right now that a harmony is better. I have 2 YOLO gems. Okay, what is a harmony? Bow. Harmony. Tier Ith Soul Co. Like, a harmony isn't even high requirements. Tier Ith Soul. Soul. Co. So the highest requirement is 64 midpoints. That's Nightmare Countess formidable. I'm just gonna double check my things. Harmony. Tier Ith Soul Co. Okay. Then we'll grab this bow I had ready for this purpose. I have this bow ready for this purpose. It's level 54. But its purpose was to make a harmony. We'll throw 2 literally dog shit jewels in here. Tier Ith Soul Co. Look at that. This bow is already better than it. Just like off the bat, better. And this is like a mid-roll harmony, because I think it rolls up to like higher than that. What is the higher roll in harmony? 275. Yeah, we hit a mid-roll 238 roll harmony. But this bow also has vigor and flat damage of all 3 types. That's why the Cold Crow was just like not better than a harmony. Yeah, harmony's actually cooking. The item is like very, very good. Did I get the potion and eat it, or did I just like forget to grab the potion? Forgot to grab the potion. Every time. Okay, let's go do Beth now. I'm a little worried about Cold Arrow's like starting damage. I kind of forgot that this skill kind of sucks. What I mean by that is like its base damage sucks, but the way it interacts with like added cold and stuff like that makes it a little better. But boy, does its base damage kind of rough. Though to be honest, now that Freezing Arrow shoots 3 targets, maybe it's better to just be a Frozen Arrows on instead of a Cold Arrows on. I will have to test. Because with 3 targets, it should shotgun, like, very consistently. Or 3 explosives. Like, you get your target near a wall, and you should have, like, some hell of damage. Or your target has summons. Though I'm sure it works like Explosive Arrow, where it only procs cold damage on the explosive AoE, which is fine. Okay, we have found a unique bow. How bad do we think the unique bow is? Take your bets now, guys. How much damage do you think is on this unique bow? Don't look it up. Don't cheat. I bet this unique bow does 54 damage. That's the number we're going with. 37. Like how... This is the part I hate most about leveling bow characters, is you find a unique that's like for your character and go, wow, let me use this real fast. I'm sure my Zephyr is nowhere near as good. Even the baseline Zephyr, I think, beats out. Baseline Zephyr is a little worse. No. Baseline Zephyr is about the same. So this item that I had to find is like worse than a baseline Zephyr. Wild. And it's definitely worse than a baseline Edge, which is just Tier Tal aim, which is also something we could have done. And that's what makes Bow feel so bad. Like, Bow leveling items are just so awful. I mean, Cold Arrow, single target, it's not bad. Okay. Being frozen sucks. I don't remember the last time I bridge did Meph because our damage was too low to do it properly. Honestly, we're probably just not hitting him. 87, maybe we are. I do think I'm going to redo our levels, though. So I can put this 1.2 Cold Arrow into Freezing Arrow instead. Because we scale off. Hail of Arrow is actually just better damage scaling than Freezing Arrow. That's so sad. Freezing Arrow is only 5%, and Cold Arrow is... Oh, okay. This is important to note. It says Freezing Arrow is 5% damage per level. That's usually applies to the physical damage, so the only thing actually scaling the cold damage is Hail of Arrows. God damn it. Yeah. Unfortunate. It's that tricky D2 stuff. It'll try to get you every time. Like any other game, when it says plus % damage, it means plus % of all damage. In Diablo 2, plus % damage means plus physical damage, which is something, I guess. I mean, we'll still put points into it, because for non-bosses, it'll increase our leech and stuff like that. Just not too happy about it. Yeah, like, that's just awkward. But % weapon damage does apply to elemental. But plus damage is physical. And by % weapon damage, I mean the, like, 50% weapon damage on tagged on skills. That's what I'm talking about. Do you guys want to have some fun and test how good a Pestilence would be? Because I was thinking about this when I was looking at the rune words earlier. Last time, like, Harmony just outperformed every single other option. Pestilence is Nep-Ith. Nep-Ith. One, two, three, four, five. I hate this so much. My inventory could use some management. I'd like to congratulate Pestilence on also being like the most awkward crafted item ever. So I think we're on... Attack speed doesn't really matter when you need... I think we'll go as many points as possible into Magic Arrow, into Guided Arrow. Even though the multi-shot synergy is not working right now. Just throwing that out there. Then I want to go as many points as possible into Pierce. Then we can just go rest and a multi-shot. I'm not going strafe with that poison build. Like we can't stack poison, so there's no point going strafe. We're gonna try to scale this. We're hoping this 642 damage over 19 seconds is good enough for us. Oh, the problem is I need Venom to proc. On striking. Yeah, when the Venom procs, our damage looks insane. But I also just don't like strafe. For a multitude of reasons, but the main one is I hate standing still. If it was Assassin strafe, I would do it. Because Assassin strafe just does whatever it wants. You'd have to re-roll the item to enchant it again. Yeah, I think we'll stick with Pestilence for now, because that poison damage is just absurd. Yeah, because you can't remove enchants from items. The only way to remove an enchant is to reroll the item entirely. So you'd lose all your sockets, all things in the sockets. The rolls on your items would be different. Shock and Suffer. It's also an expensive process. But I will be saying that if you were like 200k away from your items, then just go ahead and craft the MDR on it, because you're going to have to update your items like 3 or 4 times with re-rolling and stuff, because you'll like get your item, you'll re-roll it, you'll hit LB2, you probably won't have a whole bunch of your ultra enhanced crystals. So you'll need those. And it just stacks on stacks on stacks. Man, like, there really is no reason to max multi-shot. It's really not a reason to even max guided arrow. I think I just want to go one, like, enough for 10 arrows. Then go as many into Pierce, and we'll put the rest into Huntress Haste. Get that speed going. I mean, the other one worth waiting for LB2 for is... Okay, so I will say, you can add more after LB2. It's just less efficient because they're... the LB2 ones have lower level requirements for mids. Actually, can you even do unlimited mid enchants on LB2? I thought it was only unlimited of the bigger enchants. Or they fix that at some point. Oh yeah, I remember reading they fixed that at some point. I'm stuck. I think originally it didn't overcap, but now it does. I think that's the way it works. It's LB2, which is Blacksmith. But as I said, if you're like 200k kills away, that's like a couple of days of farming. So if you're struggling now, just fix your gear and then do it again later. Oh yeah, Pestilence feels so strong once the Venom procs. But I will say, Harmony can be used from level 5, and Pestilence requires, I believe, level 18. Or at least it used to. This one doesn't seem to. One more level till maxed Pierce. I do think regardless of where we are, we'll switch to Freezing Arrow at 31. I do want to try to progress through Nightmare and Hell with Freezing Arrow. We might have to grab something else for our single target, or for immunes. We'll come to that problem when we get there. I don't want to spend too long being multi-shot, or I'll just play multi-shot, which would be not what I want to do. But yeah, 31, we can max Freezing Arrow. Projectile count up by 2. Three uniques in the set. Let's go. Boop, 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 boop. I guess I should put these points into evasive tactics. That'd be the smart thing to do. Goddamn Zon, and it's needing like 700 items. Or 700 skill points. Black Oak. Honestly, that's a reasonable amulet to be wearing. Water Walks we'll keep. For LB3 doesn't require Jawbone, does it? LB2 requires Jawbone. And Dead Dominus Jawbone is floor 20? 30? I think it's 20. You can also get it from stocking stuffers for 300 stocking stuffers, 500 stocking stuffers, something like that. It's the limit break package. You're in my way. Okay. Unique composite bow. Okay, guys, it's time to test another bow. How bad do you think this one is? Where's it at? Nah, you'll get the kills just playing. I want to say this one doesn't even break 70 damage. Boom! 20 damage, guys. This bow does 23 damage. Everyone clap. Yeah, okay, so it is minus resistances for the passive, which I thought it was. I just wanted to confirm. Maxing Penetrate gives you minus resistances, which is actually very strong. Yeah, I think just all the low-level bows need a buff. But it's more likely that what's going to happen is they're just not going to get a nerf when we get the squish, or at least not a big one. The high-end bows are actually pretty reasonable, but the low-end bows are so bad. At this point, what are we maxing? I guess it's just evade tactics. So we get the dodge, the evade, all that stuff, all that good stuff. So what's funny about this run is the run itself is going to be shorter than a lot of the runs, but it's going to be longer on video because I don't have to do as many side quests like cow runs and stuff. So it's going to look longer, but it's going to be actually shorter. Because we just get like so much XP just like doing this. Step 2 steps forward, press button once. Oh, my biggest enemy, doors. They have 1,000 poison resist. It is a very solid build with no items, but it doesn't really shine until you get Memento Mori, which makes you a hybrid summon/attack build. Because by itself it's kind of slow, but Memento Mori lets you do like a lot of damage yourself for clear, and your summons are more your single target. It's a build I had a lot of fun with. There's also Poison, but that one requires a lot of high-end gear. And I haven't played it myself, so I can't give a recommendation on it. I have a build guide on, or a leveling video on Summon Druid. It's a little outdated, but it's not like ridiculously outdated. Yeah, the problem is just like Necro and Druid summons are a little slow. Simply just like innately because of how they function. Having to wait for your summon to walk up, that kind of stuff. Though we have been working on the elemental golems for Necromancer and other classes. Like, I think they're an O skill. So those will be out soon, trademark. I don't know how much has been spoiled, so I don't want to spoil too much about them. Just that we're getting 2 elemental golems, and they will be on O skills. That's all you're getting from me this time. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure he hasn't like said what items it's going to be on and stuff like that. Or even like what their thoughts for items are. Or how ugly the skill icons are for them, because nobody that was in that stream knew graphic design well enough to do a good skill icon. True story, by the way. I mean, this one should technically be a Golem Army build. The problem is just like, current Golems are just bad because they're slow. There's only so much they can do. The new Golems do have a lot of AoE on them, so that should be reasonable. And that is not like true AoE, it just means they hit more than one target per hit. We'll have to see what kind of Golem like items, because that was really the problem with Summoner, is Summon Necro, is there's, if you wanted to go Golems, there's no reason to go Golems because Skeletons have better items. Though, because all the Golems are different elements, it will probably be a late game build. Like something you like start out as regular Summoner, and then you get late game items that allow you to get immunity break and stuff for your different kinds of Golems. At least that's what I imagine. I'm level 30 already. We might even not have to do cows. We might just be able to go straight into Nightmare. Well, we'll always have to do a minor amount of cows to hit 35 for Anya, because my bow characters do not have lots of resistances. Thank you. Hey, Chansies. Either way, we're probably doing at least one cow run. It should be gold bar plus token of evil if it's working properly. Yeah, Pestilence feels like it's probably just more damage than Harmony. Or not Harmony, but is the item indestructible? Or does the item have... It could just be the recipe's broken, it's just the old recipe still works. Oh my god, I almost like panicked because we went into Tundra and I was like, oh no, the bosses. And then I remember this is normal Tundra, so we'll be okay. If we see Andariel at the end though, I will just exit out and restart. Because screw trying to dodge all that shit. I will properly leave the event for Nightmare and Hell. Just to make it not suck. Yeah, if I run into a like pack of Andariels up here, we're just exiting. Okay, it looks like we're safe. Tactics. I guess make sure you're using the right gold bar or the right amount of gold bars, because it costs more gold bars per when it's when it's a unique. That's probably what it is. 3 gold bars for unique is what it used to be, so I'm assuming it's probably the same. See, this is kind of what I wanted Poison Assassin to do, like, have a strong skill that we can apply Venom with really easily, and then just, like, deal damage consistently. But unfortunately, we did not get to do that because Viper Shot is so absurdly broken that there's no reason to play Poison on it, and you're better off just playing full Elemental Viper Shot. I'm not doing Ancients on Players 8, there's like no reason. No reason to grief myself like that. Okay, that is max evasive tactics. We are 33. I think we will test the the concept of just being like colds on once we get out of like normal. Or I meant multi-shot. Because I want to test the frozen arrow stuff, but I don't want to do it normal. Make it look too good. We also just don't have a weapon for that, which is a little awkward. Thank God for loot builders. I'd missed so many of these stocking stuffers. Yeah, well, I don't need waypoint for normal Baal. I do wonder how long I could go and just stay Pestilence, though. The curiosity is killing me. I forgot to put it back on Players 8. Oops. I was like, damn, this is so easy. So 10 stocking stuffers for simply existing and running through. Just Act 5. Seems pretty good. Oh, yeah, there's this small issue. Even with them being immune to poison, like, we do enough damage to kill them. Interesting. Like, we don't actually do that much non-poison damage. He got died pretty fast. Oh, another unique bow, guys. Take your damage bets. It's a long battle bow, so I'll go... We'll give it the benefit of the doubt. It does 70 damage. I'm feeling like 70 is the number. $69? Okay, Price is Right rules. $63. It's a magic... It has minus cold immunity, but it's a magic damage bow. Like, that's so weird. This would be a good time to test out the cold stuff, though. Frozen Arrow. It does 346 to 433. That is not inspiring confidence. Those numbers do not inspire confidence. That's the wrong one. It's this one. Okay, we got it up to 640. We do have like minus 50 something resistances. Minus 75% cold resist. Wild. I mean... honestly, that's not bad. Mana cost is stupid, but, you know, what's new? And we got our beacon! Now I do want to do something with all this stuff in our inventory. Yeah, I think like you could just use this Pestilence or the Zephyr like the entire way through and be fine. I'd craft a quiver, but I cannot find an arrow. Or I haven't seen a quiver yet. Let's open our... These are bad. Contemplation are good, but like not for me. Peasant Crown for faster run walk. Wow. Gull is Necromancer only because screw having fun. Arcane Protector is a very solid item, but once again, just not for us. Trinity is an insanely solid item for anyone. I will keep this. Then we got Q Hagen's is a dog shit item. 2 more. Twitch Rogue can go in the trash. And Uproar. How did we not see a single quiver in all this? Oh, also we have a Mantled, which I'll just go ahead and equip. Trinity does not have a temper now. It's pretty much like old school items that mostly have tempers. Now it is time to do some cows with our sweet, sweet frozen arrow. Let's see how this does in cows. We need 1 level, so like we... Water Walks is this low level requirement? Wild. Thought it was higher. There's the waypoint for anyone that's ever missed it. Cows is dark. I am stuck. I am surrounded by cows. I cannot see a damn thing. This damage is actually kind of wild. Okay, okay, okay. We're cooking. We're cooking something. Let's have some fun, guys. Players 20. Let's go get the biggest pack of cows we can get. These are not players 20 cows. Let me just fix that real fast. We have a loot filter. The problem is it doesn't really kick on until 40. The problem is cows just drop too much loot. I probably need to do like a specific one for low-level cows, but yeah, no. Like hide non-superior bases in low-level cows or something. But I'm not too worried about it. To be completely honest, I'm really not too worried about it. Because it like fixes itself as soon as you hit 40. And also, most people aren't doing cows on players 20. Also, this is our players 20 cow damage. That's kind of wild. I kind of want to play Frozen Arrow and not Cold Arrow. I mean, they scale kind of the same. But if I go Frozen Arrow, I don't have to get spell power. It's more loot and more XP, but it's as fifth of effective as players 7. The scaling for players 1 to 7 or 1 to 8, it has a fifth of effectiveness per every other level. So like it is better XP and better item drops, but it's not like an absurd amount. Okay, we're 35. Let's go get Anya. I'm just a little worried about our damage tapering off later. But I guess it's not really an issue when we can scale with... We double scale off faucets because we get the effectiveness of the flat damage as well. Haha, immune to cold. Oh, that's actually a good point. This bow is actually a lot better than I'd like to admit because it has the percent reduced cold immunity. Like, actually an okay unique. Why it has magic arrow on it and not cold arrow, I'm not sure. Please ask the developers. Okay, there's no reason to do this. Some players, like, of such high count. There's no benefit to that. This is gonna do some wild stuff later when we have, like, 100% Pierce. Oh yeah, I actually have access to teleport. I should use that. It's actually what happens to me every time I use a play a Bozon. I'm like having so much fun just shooting things that I don't realize that I had teleport and I could just not be shooting things. Shooting things is optional. It was not optional, cannot be frozen, because goddamn. I don't think there's a good source of that early, though. We did a, like, luck sack into 2 rings with half freeze duration. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Okay, Anya, you can do this. Show me an amazing bow. It's a... That's not a bow sound. Yeah, that's not a bow sound. Yeah. To be expected, to be honest. Sacrifice. Sacrifice is probably the best for leveling. Okay, here's a pretty solid, like, bow. We'll keep this one. Scales with level, ignores target's defense, solid, reasonable damage. It's just the low-level bows suck. I don't have an area space now yet, so we're going to keep that. Helms are on 2. Yes, I have 2 Griffin's Eye, but not a single area space. I'd just like to point that out. This is the logic I exist on. Okay, time for Nightmare. That was a 2-hour normal, which is a little slow, but not, like, ridiculously slow. As I said, we didn't have to do any farming, so that, like, helped our speed a little bit. We had to do 1 cow run. It wasn't even a full cow run. Okay, so new problem is everything actually has cold resist in Nightmare because of the event. So how many? We're gonna run into a bunch of immune to cold enemies at some point. Hopefully, our 15 cold immunity beers will be enough to get us through. Or you could just go back to being multi-shot, which probably is better 99.9% of the time. Okay, what does our cold arrow damage look like if we just want to go cold arrow instead? Technically, there's no reason to max pierce on cold arrow. Then you max hail. Cold arrow is 323 damage. That's actually disappointing. Screw that. Frozen arrow all the way. Nope, I do not need that skill. Yeah, Frozen Arrow actually doing some solid numbers. It does 800 damage and then it shotguns as well. Like, I'm not beating that with Cold Arrow. I think this might just be the new way to play Cold Arrow, like Cold Zone. Which don't get me wrong, I definitely prefer that because it doesn't just feel like I'm playing multi-shot with extra steps. Okay, so downside is because we kill everything in explosions of cold, we can't actually get our mana back from our Lust Belt. Interesting. That's a new one. That's not a problem I've ever had on any other build. But honestly, like, that's a fine problem to have because I hate Lust Belt. Now it's like, oh, if we find a unique belt, we can use it. Because of that, I'm going to put a couple points into mana for a little bit. Open our stocking stuffer! We got quick strike javelins. Woo! Yep, that's happening. Not even gonna try. Not worth my time. I think we're only gonna bother killing goblins that are gems or chess goblins are probably worth it. Can we give explosive arrow 2 extra shots? Oh my god, we went the right way the first time. Let's go. This might be a craft a prismatic amulet kind of character. Our resistances are very bad. Really, it's find a rare or magic arrows and do some crafting, but I cannot find them, so I am just screwed. They just do not drop for me. I feel like I didn't see the waypoint, but I also feel like I don't care. I'm gonna walk up here a little bit and see if it's over here. Okay, it's right here. I was about to give up. So we're at 1,000 cold damage for cold arrow. Okay, okay, we're talking reasonable numbers here. We can switch to Viper Magi as soon as we hit Claw Viper Temple. That'll be a huge amount of resistance up for us. Yeah, it definitely looks like a build that's going to be really good for hallways, like trials. Shortest Darkwood ever. Are there any other flavor drops we can take advantage of on Zon? I don't think so. None I can think of off the top of my head, at least. I can't believe we haven't seen this Nomadic Quiver. Do I have them blocked on filter? I shouldn't. I remember going out of my way to make sure they weren't blocked on filter. Maybe they're simply just that rare. Oh my god, a real cold immune. Ow. Yeah, because of the event, we're gonna run into like actual cold immunes a lot more often. I mean, I might as well do Countess right in here. This one. We actually still do damage to actual cold immune, so that's important. Actually, it's like a reasonable amount of damage to your cold immunes. Was not expecting, to be honest. I figured our damage to real cold immunes would be like really bad. Legend for Hire doesn't count. It's fake. He's not real. He can't hurt me. At some point, I do need to go back to town. When I see the next waypoint, I'll go back down. That is not a bridge we can teleport over. Now it is. I am very scared of the Lancers, by the way. If we die, it's going to be these Lancers real fast. We did it. We finally made it back to town. Prepare our stupid helmet. Obviously, more Cold Arrow. Then after we max out Cold Arrow, we have nothing worth putting points into anymore. So is that to mention? Hail of Arrows gives us Freeze Link, but that does not seem like something I really give a shit about. Just saying. Rockstopper is honestly an upgrade from Obsession by quite a bit. Like real resistances go. And Cranebeak is useless as fuck. Our poison resistance is exactly 0. Let's go. That's some real talent right there. Definitely need to keep our eye out for more unique bows. Figure out some way to deal with our mana problems on this character. We're running a Mantle too, and it like does not matter. It's gonna be awkward doing Hell because I have all my like Hell gear stashed to the side and I'm gonna want to play it, and it's just like, nope, you gotta make it through Hell first and then you can put on your fun gear. No twink for you. Huh. Man, sometimes, some days I honestly wonder if you could just remove Nightmare. Like, it's such a do-nothing difficulty. I'm into cold, we'll just skip. Skip, skip, skip. I still have not seen magic arrows on the ground. I mean, obviously it would be rebalanced so that Nightmare didn't need to exist, but let's be realistic. Most people walk into hell with their normal gear on anyway. Of course, it'll be different one. Yeah, like I definitely just walk into hell with my normal gear on and like maybe one or two other pieces. But I guess that fixes itself once hell is harder, then Nightmare won't feel as bad. That's how that works, right? Yes, sir. Why isn't Andariel immune to cold? This is some bullshit. Damn event. Making my bosses immune to cold. We still do a good damage to her, so like it's not a big problem, but it's just funny. And so yeah, anyone doing this after the event is going to have so much an easier time than I am. Or that is willing to turn this event off. Spell Slater is an amazing item, but I have one in my stash, so we're just going to eat this. Let's do some crafting. So we're going to craft for some quivers. 1, 2, 3. Oh, we don't need 3 of these. That's no longer a thing you need. Quivers is shared with jewelry, unfortunately, so that does suck a little bit. We hit a Dwarf Star, which I have a bunch of, so we don't need. We hit Enchanted Flame, which is a quiver, I guess. It's better than not having a unique quiver, so I guess we'll keep it. And then we hit Bolts. Okay, I wanted to see. I was like, I'm pretty sure it doesn't work, but it'd be really funny if it did. Okay, and then I need to do shields, because I am missing a unique set shield that I need to have. Show me this. Do. It is not that one, that is for sure. It's not that one either. Son of a bitch. Never lucky. Do I give a shit about saving Kane? Cows. Yes, okay. It's not, I want to save Kane. It's, I would like to do cow runs later. I could honestly just leave Kane in the cage. Okay, I'll take 2 stocking stuffers. Worth wasting my time to go save Kane's dumbass. A war club. So there's something kind of awkward about if I want to swap to playing Frozen Arrow instead of Cold Arrow. Hey, that's a nice bow too. Technically, it's like a little worse than the one we're wearing, but you know, we won't think about it too hard. Oh, I needed this. Okay, well, we got 2 good items that time. Rare for us. Another unique bow we can play with. Primordial Punisher, shield. Shield is in 2, yeah. The shield for Oridans. My least favorite build in the game. A claw! I can't believe I have not seen a single magic quiver. That's kind of wild. I'm gonna, when I go back to do the editing, I'll make a counter for every time we missed a magic quiver and I just simply didn't see it on the ground. Assuming I remember, of course. Okay, we save Quint Kane, we have our Wurt's Leg, off to Act 2. I'm guessing about another 30 minutes in normal, or Nightmare, 30-45 minutes, and then we can head to Hell. The only real problem with Hell is the immunities are going to be kind of ass, so we'll have to figure out how we're dealing with that. Might just swap to, like, physical multi-shot to get through Hell. But if you're not on event, you could just play. I could probably find a different sash to use, because Lust Belt is doing absolutely nothing for me. Though we'll also have better unique bows to look at when we're off to Hell as well. Well, I call them better, but really they're just different. I guess I'll grab the waypoint. My clear is still very good, but my levels are starting to catch up to me. I'm starting to feel underleveled. Yeah, revive these, Radamant. Yeah, you can see it hitting him, and then it hits the wall and also explodes for double damage. Let's go. It does work, it looks like. Okay, so 5 more levels and we're max Cold Arrow, which is our damage cap. Is there another belt worth rolling? Well, we can't make Lust. Madness is a possibility, but it doesn't really have anything useful for us. Mon after kill, I guess. Night is not going to happen. Loyalty is for summons. Darkness is dog shit. It has magic resistance. It might actually be the best item in the game because of that. And Beauty lets us remove immunities to undead. That might be useful later, but like it's too level for us. So the answer is, while we could use something besides a Lust Belt, even though we can't use the aura, Lust Belt is still the best option. God damn, that is sad. Can I get a cold arrows, please? I got 2 different bolts. Please screw off. Yeah, like, I could teleport, but, like, look at our teleport speed. It's so bad. I might as well just run. Plus, you know, I'm less likely to die to something stupid than running. Late game, I will have to solve our mana issues, though. I'm not really sure how I'm going to do that. Hopefully, just having a higher damage bow will solve it. Like, flat damage bow. Because right now we're on 0 physical damage on our bow. Try Hills is just exit. I thought we were looking for Maggot Lair for a second. I was like, wait, that's not right. Waypoint. Here's Lair. Immune to cold. I mean, he's usually immune to cold, so that's not too much of a difference. Just makes me sad on the inside. Honestly, I'm kind of wondering if I just turn the event off in Nightmare when we get the Tundra and just don't turn it back on for Hell. That way we don't have to deal with Hell having 75% all resist or 75% cold resist on every single enemy. Things to think about. Four more levels to go, and then we're max Max damage at least. Yeah, but because you can level this skill kind of like the same way you do with Explosive Shot by just like having lots of flat damage, I'm not worried if our skill damage is particularly low. As long as it's not like 2 damage, I think we'll be okay. Waypoint. What a quick Claw Viper. Yeah, usually we'd farm Claw Viper to 60, which we will obviously not, or 50, which we will obviously not be doing this run. Because we already have our Viper Magi set up and waiting for us. Damn, Battery can damage enemies whipping my ass. Which means if I want to catch back an XP, it's probably at Flayer. The usual suspect. Or just cows. Cows is fine too. Okay, Fainskin, drop me a Viper Magi so I can be mad. What do you mean you're immune to cold? What do you mean? And I can't shoot him from up here? Okay, we're just gonna pretend we killed him and he dropped a Viper Magi. That's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna do a bunch of pretending. 6. Or is it 4? My bad, it's 4. Oh, look at this nice item Fangskin dropped us. Look at that. Thank you, Fangskin. I could use an item like this. Anyway, let's open our stockings. Honestly, opening my stockings is more interesting than opening like actual presents on Christmas for me. I don't know why. I just enjoy the stockings more. Grave Palm. Garbage again. Let's go. Maybe I'm just weird. This is from normal. Okay, Heroic Staff. Repair. Oop. Three more skill points. Okay, it's time for everyone's favorite. We are in Arcane Sanctuary. 1 through 3, 1 through 4, my bad. I'm gonna say 1. I'm feeling a 1. It's been a long time since our last one. We can definitely use a new one. Yeah, the immune to colds are like ridiculous. Because of the event cold. That's why I don't like just like randomly being like, yeah, these monsters have higher of one specific elemental resist for this event. Because it's like, damn, that feels bad if I'm just like trying to level a new one. Thankfully, you can opt in and out of the event, which does help, but still. It was not 1. I am not graced with a 1 count. I forgot to buy potions. Let's go this way. A foul rune. I'm really bad about drinking a potion right before I level up every single time. Just throwing those potions in the down the drain. Do we at least get a 2? We did not get a 2. Where are you aiming? I'm gonna have to check and see if I'm accidentally hiding magic quivers. I don't think I am, but considering I haven't seen one this entire time, maybe I am. Congratulations, me, you went every wrong direction. But I mean, we did get XP from it, so I guess I can't complain too badly. Just a little bit. The problem with Valkwing is it doesn't have resistances on it. And like I am in dire need of resistances at all points in my life as a Bozon. At least Quivers have stats in Armada. That was like the worst part of base Diablo 2 is Quivers did not have stats. A unique bow? It's a Ravenclaw. How bad do we think a Ravenclaw is when you're level 46? I'm gonna guess insanely bad. Wow, it does a whole 10 to 33 damage. Magical. Square? I think Square's this way. One more level and then we're done leveling our damage stuff. Then it's off to boring things like survivability. I'm just saying, there's no way we're not respecking out of cold kill Duriel, because I'm 90% sure Duriel is going to be fully cold immune. With nothing we can do about it. That's a circle. I'm too blind to see that was a circle without stopping. Game again. Had to play whack-a-mole real fast first. Blue arrows! We did it! It took us 49 levels to find a set of blue arrows. Okay, let's spec out of cold for a minute, because we're not going to be able to play cold into Duriel anyway. This also gives us time to craft some arrows. Let's take a look at the crafting for arrows. Hit power gives us mana and life on hit, and a little bit of enhanced damage. Okay, 100% enhanced damage is a lot of enhanced damage. Blood gives us life leech, maximum life and attack speed. Those are okay. Caster gives us warmth on kill. That's interesting. Safety gives us the usual stuff safety gives. Legion obviously gives life, mana, and summon damage. Disarm gives disarm craft. Cooldown reduction and reduce enemy defense by 25%. Honestly, reduce enemy defense by 25% probably just means it's better than every other option, even if you are technically losing out on damage, because the 100% damage increase of hit power. But life and mana on hit is actually might solve our... You know, we never make hit power anything. Let's make hit power. That was a sapphire? I hope I'm right, because I'm not going to look again. Like, when was the last time I made a hit item? Oh, I have to look again, because I don't see what the... A tier rune. Okay. I don't remember what the rune was. I think disarm's technically best. But... Disarm, definitely less fun one. Mana stolen by hit is missing its text, I guess. Interesting, I guess I'll report that after the stream. If it's unknown, it might be known. Eat this, eat this, eat this. Can I go one stream without encountering a bug? Thanks, please. Please and thank you. They're never like major game-breaking bugs either. They're just like sigh kind of bugs. I would assume that Pestilence is probably my best option for damage here. And then we're just going to go max, max, 1, max. And the rest here, okay. There's no logic to what skill points I put in this. I don't think it really matters. Like, all your damage is from your bow proccing anyway. You need your venom to proc real fast. Honestly, this probably does less damage than what we were doing before. Or I'm just not hitting. Not hitting might be the answer. Yeah, it's I'm not hitting. Damn, too bad I didn't think about the fact that I would lose my chance to hit if I used my Hunter Focus. Sad. Does also have like some like... No. I'm just worried about not being able to kill Duriel with the damage we have. I'll just put the player 1 on Duriel and we'll just do it that way. Use Magic Arrow to kill Duriel. Does plus 15 damage. Oof, I don't think that would work. Maybe Duriel's just not immune to cold. Maybe we can just lie to ourselves. We did it. We maxed out our Cold Arrow skills. It is 1.8k damage for Cold Arrow. Not for Cold Arrow, for Freezing Arrow. That's honestly pretty respectable for like baseline. We don't have that many stats. Yeah, surely Duriel is just immune to lightning. I did make an argument that I did want bosses to be immune earlier on, like from like Nightmare onward, so people would learn how to use the reduce immunity crystals and all that. Unfortunately, we're just not willing to hear people complain about it yet. So that's one thing I think ReMoDDeD lacks is like solid onboarding. Okay, so he's technically immune to cold, but like we do damage anyway with player 1. Let's go! It's not a lot of damage, but it's enough damage. There we go. Dead. Just remember, guys, Duriel is technically an optional boss. So 47. We have our Harmony is 54 because I made it in a really high level base because I'm stupid. But the fact that we can get this far on just like a barely okay bow is really saying something about how strong this skill is. Eventually we'll be able to swap to Trembling Vortex, which is pretty much like the exact same thing we have here, but a little bit better. But you could probably just use any like solid rune word, rare, unique you find. Wiser Draw is probably just the best option because it has immunity reduction on it. Most of the time you wouldn't need that much immunity reduction in Nightmare. Just during this event. I wish just stop being lazy and craft some like what you call it? Safety gear, so I don't get one tapped by Whirlwind like that. Like what just happened to me. $48. I think all these are going into maxing out evade tactics. Where did the figurine drop? All the way over here, huh? just want to get away from these trees, man. Please be Flayer. Please be Flayer. Short Act 3, please. I feel like I deserve nice things every now and then. Great March. Okay, I'm gonna turn around. Throw this here just in case. Okay, we found Flayer. There are no more trees and life is good. The goal is probably to farm Flayer because it's like great XP. What's our damage on Cold Arrow? Pretty shit, right? Well, the problem is Cold Arrow scales off hail of arrows and not Frozen Arrow. Let me kill this guy first. Let's actually see what our damage for Cold Arrow would be if we maxed it properly. $600 added damage. I mean, it's not bad. I think Frost Shot was better. Yeah, Frost Shot is better. I'm sorry, Cold Arrow, you have been dethroned. Maybe once I have like 900 of you again. When it fires 13 arrows, I'll come back to you. I'm not gonna lie, playing this makes me want to play Path of Exile's Ice Arrow build. Because I love the cone explosion when it hits something. I wish this one did that. I'm probably fine to finish Flayer and then go back to town. Item 2 acquired. And then we get Harmony at 54, but our stats for required for Harmony really suck. 146 Dex, 72 Strength. We're not even close. We are at 44 and 54. But yeah, I really am pleasantly surprised by how strong Frozen Arrow is. That +2 arrow was a huge buff. Okay, just 2 more items overall to grab. One from Sewer and one from Travical. Hey look, another set of arrows. Let's make a disarm quiver this time. My argument for disarm quiver being that we really want that accuracy. Everything else optional. Accuracy, however. Accuracy is a big deal. I swear to God, if it's right near the one I entered by, I'm gonna scream. Okay, it's not. It's in one of the awkward middle ones. Okay. We got some potions, and we'll look for that a little harder. Want to craft our disarm amulet or disarm quiver while we're waiting? Crafting disarm. Disarm uses topaz plus an ort. Topaz. Ort. We got a 15% target defense, which is pretty okay. A little bit of poison damage is nice too for dealing with goblins. I think this one just looked meh at best. Really hoping that little bit of extra accuracy gives us a nice. There it is. Okay, let's test that goblin farming in this area thing. It'll take 2 seconds to test. Basically, we'll kill this enemy. Eventually. Kill that enemy too. We'll sit here and respawn the door a bunch of times. And see if this will cause a goblin to spawn down here. Did I open this chest already? Okay. Doesn't seem like it. I know goblins can spawn down here, right? The question is, can we force a goblin to spawn down here by like refreshing this constantly? It used to work in Outer Cloister. It does not, or Inner Cloister. It does not seem to work here like it did before. Which is probably for the better, to be honest. But I still think if you had like a really close couple of spawns, you could do it. But ours is not particularly close. I love when you hit that teleport perfectly to the Causeway Temple. It feels so good. Okay, let's go do Trap. And then Mephisto, who probably is immune to cold. Like this asshole. Honestly, once we hit a weapon that actually does other types of damage than just cold, we'll be okay. Maybe we just use the magic arrow anyway. He's immune to cold as it is. We'll kill him one day, boys. I honestly think that even though he's immune to cold, this seems to be hitting him more often. Like, maybe the cold frozen air explosion is actually dealing all types of damage instead of just cold. I have no way of testing that easily. Statement obviously being easily. I mean, I guess the test is like shoot next to him and see if it poisons him, but like, I'm not gonna do that shit. It's like a pain in the ass. Up the Venom proc. Let's go. Yeah, I think I'll just we'll just keep this Pestilence on our backhand for when we hit like an immune to cold, and we'll swap over. They will keep Pestilence plus this other quiver, and we'll swap over. I'm already in town. I might as well turn all these stupid quests that I forgot about. So I have this cool pair of gloves that I rerolled just for Cold Arrow, and now we're not planning on playing Cold Arrow, and I'm very sad. So there's that. I just wanted to let everyone know. It has nothing to do with leveling. I just wanted to complain. Okay, let's pray for an easy Mephisto setup. I mean, it never is, but like we can try, right? I know, I saw the Mana Shrine, but I'm not going back for it. Waypoint, that's not what we wanted. Okay, Mephisto, show me that you're immune to cold so I can scream. Oh my god, he's not immune to cold. Easy game. They do like the exact same damage, like does not matter. Late Bell, Gladius, Mephisto. Okay, just a little bit more to do in Nightmare. This ended up being look like it's gonna be like a 5-hour video again. I'll have to cut some stuff down, obviously. But unfortunately, there's like not a lot to cut down this time. We can roll one unique. Let's do that because I can. Roll a quiver. Even though it will not be a quiver, it will be a piece of jewelry. I mean, sure. Yeah. Perfectly fine. I'm fine with that option. No complaint here. Yeah, that'll help with our mana issues a little bit. Flipping a stone toward down to the box. The more important use of it, though, is we can swap it to a words are hard and Annie later. That's its real use. Clear our quest log so we can find Izir. I mean, like, I'm not wrong, but I'm wrong. Not Monoleech, assholes. Immune to cold. Oh, Iswal is like 120% immune to cold, right? Izzy. 110% immune to cold. Poison, please do your job. Maybe I should put 1 point in guarded arrow for this. We don't have to worry about accuracy for boss. I mean, it's not going to matter in 3 levels when I get my harmony, but for now it's really annoying. Yeah, I'll have the 1 point guided arrow for boss hit stuff for now. It's already on the mouse button I was looking for. Oopsie. Got 2 more levels for harmony. Then we get Vortex levels after that, which we should be in Cows farming by then, so 8 levels sounds like a lot, but it's really not. And 3 more levels will have maxed pretty much like everything I want to max. Then we start thinking about like accuracy things and other side passives and stuff like that. Like we'll have maxed our required items and stuff like that. Honestly, freeze duration might not be that bad of a thing to consider for it. Valkyrie also considerably useful. I will say right now, the enemies do not stay frozen long enough to make it a functional defensive stat. Other direction. That's some potions, and we'll clear Chaos Sanctuary. I swear I shift-clicked mana potions, but I guess I did not. Okay, off we go. Slow. Yeah, I really should have made that Harmony and not as shitty, not a high level base. Oopsie. I almost want to try out my my Zephyr again. Like, it just has such high flat damage numbers on it. Like, maybe it'll help me deal with the immunity colds a little better. But yeah, that seems like it. The Zephyr does it better. Okay. What I'm actually tempted to do is socket this bow right here for Harmony. Indestructible, 22 to 63, fast attack speed. Probably just not worth it. If it had drop socketed, maybe, or felt like using a socket quest on it, I could always do that, but that feels really bad. Maybe if it was the higher level version, I'd consider it. I think I just needed to go with the Harmony. Or not the Harmony, the Zephyr. It was probably better this entire time, but I was busy using the unique because it was fun. I know, shame on me having fun. That ain't it. I gotta try every now and then, okay? Yeah, the real problem is that the Oblivion Knights are immune. I even think with things being immune, like, we're not doing this too terribly. They're not even, like, kind of immune, they're, like, very immune. Problem is, I eat through potions like nobody's fucking business. Okay, we did it. We made it through 2 seals. Struggling so hard for no reason. A Grinch goblin? Get my stocking stuffers. Yeah, that's right. I give a shit in them, but I want them anyway. What if we just ignored it? I always forget that's an option. You don't have to kill everything. You can just ignore an enemy every now and then. He's immune to cold. Are you fucking kidding me? Everything sucks. Everything's terrible. I'm level 54. The game is easy now. We can finally equip our Harmony and pretend we do damage. This will require a stat reset because our Harmony has insane stat requirements because I am dumb. 146 dex. 72 strength. Vita. Put a real weapon on for the first time this entire run. Open treasure chests to make ourselves feel better. You bitch. We could have this. God damn it. Like a solid bow, too. But no, we couldn't get that until after we got the Harmony available. Yeah, thank you, game. We lost 200 health. Seems about right, yep. Now it doesn't matter they're immune to cold because we just do damage. Also, we leech now, which is doubly amazing. Oh my god, just die. Immune to cold still sucks, but like it sucks less. Okay, we did it. I know, right? We would pull like a semi-reasonable weapon right after we go. Yeah, we don't need that shit. Oh, this says +2 Valkyrie too. I should consider doing that. Diablo is immune to cold. Yes. This is the world we live in. Honestly, give me a second. One second. I can't do this anymore. Let me just show you the power of a good build. Max, 1. 1. 10 arrows. Max. We get more damage if we go into guided arrow, but I'm just gonna go for more arrows. Do this. Ah, yes, it would be a shame if Diablo thought he could do something. Oh, look at that. Look how nice it is to actually deal damage. Wow. Wow. Wow numbers. Hunter's Focus is sure a stupid skill. It's not Guided Arrow. It's not multi-shot. It's Hunter's Focus giving me, what's the number? 1.8k damage percent. Oh, 1.9%. 1.9k percent damage. Yeah. Seems good. Mm-hmm. Yep. My accuracy kind of sucks. I kind of just want to reset this map, then I have to deal with trees. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm just going to reset this map because I don't want to deal with trees. Like, I don't want to deal with trees, I don't want to deal with lancers. Anything else is fine. I went to normal. I meant to go to nightmare. Oops. Still trees? Are we really that unlucky? But I just, like, don't want to deal with trees. That's so wrong of me. Fuck it. Fuck you, trees. Player 1 trees now. I don't fear player 1 trees. I do when we give the player 1 trees might for no reason. There's too many trees. The trees are unreal. The trees are not happening. God, they're so spooky. Like, give me anything but trees, please. Anything but trees. Are trees, like, the only option, or am I just that unlucky? Pallers? Palliers? Palliers 8? I swear to God, I just saw trees and the Lancers, and my life has never been so annoying. At least they're outdoor Lancers, I guess. Bare minimum here. I can't teleport through because Lancers can just tap me. So I gotta, like, take my time. There are so many enemies, oh my god. I'm even walking along this like little corner to try to not be hit by all these enemies, and there's just too many enemies for that. Yeah, I think you could level all the way with Frozen Arrow, but it just like isn't worth doing once you can get your Harmony going because of how just strong multi-shot is with Hunter Focus right now. But if the event wasn't going, I feel like Frozen Arrow is just as strong as multi-shot, which is something wild to say. It's just like multi-shot gets to ignore immunities pretty much, and Frozen Arrow does not. Of course, I'm not really ignoring immunities, rather than I have a disarm craft, and that's enough to get through Nightmare. I'm just killing everything, because this is like actually solid XP. And they're all like easy to kill enemies. Easy enough to kill enemies. Multi-shot. Multi-shot, multi-shot. I didn't realize that I leveled 4 times. Sorry, I was not paying that much attention. Is XP in here really that good? Wild. I guess it is, because I am leveling so fast. Wow, we're 60 already. Okay, I think we just play a run one the rest of Act 5, and then we can farm up cows to get the rest of our levels. Don't think there's any point in forcing just like more difficulty on us right now when we're so high level. This is no longer an Amazon item. Sadness. Let's open our boxes. Well, Garbage ass necro item. Pus Spitter, also assassin only now. The Grandfather. I mean, I guess I'll keep a Grandfather, thanks. Put it next to this one. I try out Improvise at 65, but it is better than Eaglehorn at 65. The interesting part about this item is, like, it has better stats than this Eaglehorn, right? But half these stats don't actually work on foes. Like the crushing blow, the flat damage. The dexterity is okay, I guess. Trembling Vortex is 62. This doesn't really do much either. Besides being like very fast attack speed. Anyway, we're just gonna Player 1, walk through the rest of Act 5, and just not think too hard. Well, we'll have to reset when we hit Tundra, because Tundra will just tap us. Because we'll have to set up for turning the event off and all that jazz. I do with the waypoint, which I think is right over here, hopefully? Nope, that's not big enough for the waypoint. There's Anya. Where? Waypoint. Way over here, I guess. Ooh, Rune Goblin. He died so fast. Okay. I don't remember if I dropped a waypoint, a portal, so I'm just gonna teleport. I don't feel like I did. I did not. Bad me. Pretty much always drop a portal there. Okay, so we'll grab the waypoint. We will turn event off. And then we'll run through Tundra real fast. Hopefully the event turns off properly this time. I did re-download the mod and everything after it messed up last time. Where? Waypoint. My god, it was all the way over here? Okay. Let's go ahead, turn off the event. Which I will do this in a way you guys can see. So if you're in the event, you just go to special events, leave event. And this should work, even though it hasn't for me twice. Basically, if you accidentally hit join the event after you've already joined the event, it'll bug out and won't let you leave the event. You have left the event. I do not believe you just yet. Might as well take this time to grab some potions too. Well, if I was smart, I could check using the immunities of monsters, which I think are lower than they were before. But I'm not going to sit here and memorize monster immunities. Oh my god, there's real monsters here. Let's go. It worked this time. Then we'll go all the way over here, turn the event back on. Thank you, Bouncy. Waypoint. Honestly, do I even need to turn the event back on? I'll do it after Baal. After Ancients. Unless I find the waypoint first, I guess. Ow! Oh my god, being frozen is the worst thing in the world. They were like, how many ways can we make being an attack-based character suck? They're like, we'll add accuracy, and on top of that, we'll make sure that they're slowed to hell when they're frozen. Then we'll make every enemy in hell innately have 50% physical damage reduction. This is why we usually reset on Lancers, by the way. If you haven't noticed, these players 1 Lancers almost one-tapping me. Immune to physical. Okay, let's go grab this waypoint. And then turn our event back on. We have access to Trembling Vortex now, because I kind of want to go back to immune, or to a cold build, but I know, like, technically this multi-toss is better the entire time. Waypoint acquired. Event to be turned back on. Don't have to turn it back off, you know, later. And turning event on. Boop, boop. Okay, I do want to try Trembling Vortex plus, being cold again. It is probably just hands down worse than other options. Cold is max. Max. 1-1. I did gain a lot of levels, so I have more levels to play with now. Max. I mean, I feel like I'm supposed to max penetrate here. We didn't even need this, but it's like okay to have, I guess. I don't feel like respecing out of it. Fine, we'll do it real fast. Max. 1. Max. 8 skill points. I guess we just max penetrate next for the accuracy rating. Like, flat accuracy is very good. Also, the argument to go something, like Summon Valkyrie. How much damage do you think that does? 370. Oh, it's player one. Oh, that's right. I was like, why the fuck is this so easy? Player one. Okay. I will say, Trembling Vortex looks like really cool. I feel like it's supposed to have a cooldown on it. Or like it did have a cooldown on it at one point. Okay, back to not fucking around. Oh my god, that poison's ridiculous. Calm down, god shit. I have 15 poison resist, is probably why. But like, oh my god. That was spooky shit. And on top of it, like, potions don't beat the... the poison's so strong, it beats out potions. Is wild. Okay. The safety of Worlds Don't Keep. Of course, the harpies are immune to cold too. Yeah, yeah. Why not? Players 1, clear out the harpies. I'll put the difficulty back up again. Guys, I think you overdid it with the harpies. They're very painful. Very, very painful. We got this 1 point in slow missile to save me. I think it was fixed this patch, or is it fixed next patch? Okay, we survived the Harpy Onslaught. Somehow. And we have enough physical damage that I'm not too worried about clearing immune to fizz or immune to colds. You gonna drop them at some point? He says and immediately runs into immune to colds and actually manages to clear them at reasonably speed. Let's go. I'm just pretty sure that everything in hell is gonna be immune to cold. That's just the thought I have. Immune to cold is just a way of life. Yeah, like I think we could have done freezing arrow with Harmony. It got pretty similar. Hi, Bonesy. Damage numbers. To what we get with Frozen Arrow and Trembling Vortex. I think it'd be very comparable. Just that Trembling Vortex does let me... Actually, reasonable accuracy. 1, funnies. 2, Trembling Vortex just lets me break the slightly higher immunity colds, like these ones. Lower immunity colds, rather. Like that Trembling Vortex, you could never have broken these immunes. But you could also just play Harmony with multi-shot and clear through the game, so like it doesn't really matter. Or even strafe, really. The world is your oyster. Anything is fine. Everything will work to some extent. Let's do it the way where these proc on it twice. Oh no, there's not anything to hit over here. They'll teleport away somewhere. Like, this is okay Baal damage. He's doing that stupid thing where he gets like locked in animations and just repeats the same one over and over and over again. Which I'm perfectly fine with, but damn Diablo 2 AI. Accuracy is really nice, but nothing else about it is. And that is a Cathans. Okay, now we gotta go save Anya. A little bit of extra stats. We'll put it on players 1 for saving Anya. There's no reason to do anything higher. Then after we save Anya, it's all the bumfuck over here in Nowhere Land. By the way, that is player 1 damage on these archers, by the way, just in case you're wondering. Honestly, I'm very surprised we haven't died yet on this song, because I am kind of a psychopath with range characters. Case in point. Honestly, on player 1, we could probably just do this. Get away with it. Yeah, I just don't think Cold Arrow is worth it until we have, like, way more arrows. Like, it just feels like bad multi-shot until you have, like, 5, 6 spell power. I wasn't lying when I said I'm a psychopath. Yeah, I really wasn't. I just do not care about the lives of my range characters. Like, I could play this slow, but God, was I getting bored. We did it! Then we go do cows after this. And at least cows a nice break from whatever the hell that was. We're almost at 20,000 kills already. We got a bow for once. It is a very dogshit bow. Okay, I'll have to do cows. Honestly, playing something like Improvise Pierce is probably technically better for cows, but let's find out together. We actually do have an item we could drop in cows, which would be kind of nice, which is the 1, Cow King Boots. But 2, I need a +2 skill Grand Matron Bow, which can drop in Nightmare Cows. Surprisingly enough. Besides that, we'll also be picking up these gems, because I am very desperate for gems right now. Yeah, thinking back on it, there was really no reason to put the event back on until after we finished. Hell, because it can't get suffers and cows anyway. Oops, too late. I think we're better off doing like grouping shenanigans. Yeah. Don't go for individual cows, go for giant packs. And also finally get Valkyrie. Though we won't be using Valkyrie here. I'm sorry. Then if the doll explosion on players, I think it's just that you're more likely to have higher resistances and some physical damage reduction, but it could be that it got nerfed at some point. It does feel like most most of the on-death explosions don't deal with much damage as they used to. Which is fine, because I hate them. Okay, yeah, let's just do this the lazy way with multi-shot and multi-shot shenanigans. Let's mess around with Improvise because we can. The other option is using this Harmony, but Improvise is way more damage. Boop, boop. Boop. We don't need Guided Arrow for what we're doing. Boop. Boop, boop. So we can start taking Guided Arrow points, why not? This is the wrong hunter skill. Back in town, get the right one. The good one. This one. There we go. Yeah, I haven't really noticed the dolls do anything to me, but they're also blockable, so maybe like you're just blocking them. Just not realizing it. I almost picked up that superior heavy crossbow going, yeah, that'll be a nice base, and then I remembered. Then it clicked. Because we are a boson, I do actually have to pick up these charms and look for resistance charms. It's not something you'd usually have to do. Obviously, I'm not going to pick up large charms. Screw those things. Yeah, this is what we're going to do for a bit. We're just going to go around farming cows. Probably until 70, 75. Main goal is picking up charms for resistances, decent sockets, gems for crafting, jewels for rerolling later, that kind of stuff. Basically, there's just a bunch of solid drops in cows. I mean, we're an ice sod, so like I would like +1 my skill, but at the same time I cannot sustain that and get everything else I need as well without having charms. It's just the unfortunate truth. But anyway, that's where the recording will break, and we will come back when we're done and doing hell, probably. Hey guys, welcome to the hell section of our ISON leveling thing. We got some things to go over, and we look up at it. We'll do stats. It's like strength, dex, wear gear, respite. You know the stats. Skills, I opted to go max evasive talents, penetrate, and pierce, and then we went max cold arrow, max freezing arrow. This is our clear. This is our single target for bosses, and then hail of arrows is synergies for both. Then about our gear, we're on Envy, but you can also wear a Daylight if you don't want to craft Envy. I think Envy is pretty good, very solid. It'll carry you through most of the game. The only real belt option is Lust. For boots, you have Lightning. Ignore the enhancements; they don't do anything. They're just kind of there because I didn't have another pair of Lightning boots. I didn't feel like crafting one. You can also wear just like any good uniques you find, but this has a lot of resistance on it, and as a boson, we kind of really suffer from resistance, which is why we're wearing a smoke with 50 all res instead of this Viper Magi with 25, because we really could not afford to lose the resistances. You could also wear this Spiritual Argon so that we could actually get through hell with dealing mostly cold damage, but unfortunately, we're going to have to do this in a way where we're doing split damage, so sometimes our damage is going to suck. Speaking of which, we're on Harmony for our damage sources. It's got good physical, and we're in a +2 bow base. That's really the reason to pick Harmony. It lets us, like, our cold arrow does enough flat damage that we can easily clear through, like, just generic, whatever, cold immunes and regular characters, so we don't need cold damage on our bow that high. You could also use something like a Trembling Vortex for more cold synergies, or something like an Eagle Horn for just as much flat damage as you can get. Then for our helm, we are on a Rock Stopper, because simply it was a good resistance item we found, but you could also just use an Obsession and be fine. For our quiver, I'm on Enchanted Flames for the +3 spell power. It just makes my brain go burr because it shoots more. We have 3 more cold arrows, so we're at 8 arrows instead of 5. You could also use a crafted hit for more physical damage, or a crafted disarm for disarm and striking to help with physical immunes. And for our amulet, we're on Prismatic, but you could do something like a Mahem Oak Curio, or literally anything you want in this slot. So that's pretty much it. We will be going through hell on Players 1. We are currently 81. And that is why we're playing on Players 1, because we can go all the way through hell and just not care. We're probably going to try to speed through this as fast as possible. As you can see, we clear undead, like, Cold Immune is pretty okay. It's definitely not the best, though. We're not Cold Immune, it's, like, pretty solid. Our lightning groups do offer more damage than I'd like to admit. There's our frozen arrow for our single target, though realistically it's also just a little better for clearing packs if they're not cold immune. That is the requirement. I have left floating damage numbers on. If you don't like them, feel free to let me know in the comments. I was doing some testing earlier on a 10, and I needed the floating damage numbers. And I just kind of forgot to turn them off. Because I do play this game off stream quite a bit. So off stream just makes me happy. Yeah, we are at max, not even max resistances, and it's fine. I still wouldn't eat like a fireball to the face if I don't have a choice. Or I'm just too blind. Yeah, we had to turn the event off because just like cold resistances were too high with the event on. Like I couldn't do anything. So no Christmas event drops for us. Just another reason we're trying to click through this as fast as possible. You could also just go multi-shot and you would be in a way better position if you just multi-shot, to be honest. Multi-shot just does so much more damage. I'm going to be honest with you, I got cold played Waypoint earlier when I was testing my damage numbers. So and we're just going to max out this. Honestly, even Frozen Arrow single target, or clear is fine. Even new immunes. Maybe it's just better to just be Frozen Arrow all times. It's not really supposed to hit more than just cold on the explosion, kind of like Fire Arrow does. And all it does, it's fire. But apparently it just does damage. Yeah, it just does damage. Also probably because it doesn't have the minus 50 that Flayer Arrow has, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we just use Frozen Arrow. Not thinking about not having to swap is amazing, to be honest. Turn on the waypoint. Of course, I could just tele everywhere, but with Harmony, we kind of run faster than we teleport. We have like no gas speed. Hate that bug. Hate it with a burning passion. Oh, I forgot to go over rings earlier. We're on a Raid Frost, which we happen to find, and a Disarm enchantment. If you don't have a Raven Frost, you can get one in Hell Trav. So it's like something you can have, maybe not this early, but it's nice to have. Yeah, I want to get through Hell as fast as possible because I have the gear waiting to play the late game version of this build. It has no resistance, by the way. The late game version doesn't. I figured that out too late. I was like all geared up, and I was like, how much resistance we have? Oh, negative 54. So we'll have to solve that issue. I'm not really sure how I'm solving that issue, but it's an issue with solve. I'll probably go all the way to Cloister before resetting for Kane. There's no real hurry to reset for Kane. That amp is kind of spooky, especially with the lancers here. Just keep running, run. They can't hurt me if I don't stop, right? That's how that works? Oh, is this a 4? Yeah, you can see how bad our teleport is, just as Zon. It's one of the reasons I don't really like doing Zon leveling things. Zon just, like, is slow about everything early. Like, we do good damage, and, like, our movement speed is fine. But not having good cast speed is so painful. I was really hoping. Really wanted that one teleport. I am excited to see what kind of damage numbers we can pull out of this very late game. Like, it should be pretty high because we get the ability to proc cold damage on our explosions, so like our faucets each give us like 30 flat cold damage. Definitely one of those builds that I expect to be better after the major damage squish. Like, all the flat elemental builds for attacks will probably be a lot better. I don't care about the waypoint too much, but I'm like, I'm not going to say anything if I get it. Just like, oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, it looks like Frozen Arrow doesn't proc the Fizz on explosion, or I'm just missing one or the other. I was like, I'm not healing here. Our boss damage is very solid, though. Even if that's just players' one boss damage. Okay, fine, let's go save Kane. He isn't useful, though. Like, the most useful Kane does is allow us to go to Gal level. Which, I mean, we'll be doing a lot of cows later, so maybe that's good. Definitely one of those builds that's just kind of live in cows for a bit. Kane, you dumb bitch. He wanted me to watch him leave, I swear. Okay, I'm obviously trying not to hit Gossip, thank you. Yeah, it's just the flat damage of Freeze Arrow is like way higher than the damage of Cold Arrow. I think a lot of it definitely has to do with the fact that Cold Arrow has that 50% damage on it. Freezing Arrow does not. Compare that to... about the same, to be honest. Feels about the same. One thing I will like about if we go Freezing Arrow over Cold Arrow is definitely the don't have to think about having spell power thing. Like, spell power is nice, a little bit of it is like free damage for quotation marks. But with Cold Arrow, you really need like a lot of it. The more the better. Happy New Year. Gotta start off the new year right with the outlook. $5. Skill, finish out Hail of Arrows. It only gives freeze length for Freeze Arrow, but like, it's fine. We don't have that many things we want to max out anyway. We have Baal because we plan to actually use it. Yeah, finally finishing the Zod leveling build. I leveled a full assassin yesterday instead of getting on and streaming because I was like, I do not have the mental capacity to do this. But I like wanted to play. Probably show off that build in a quick video once I finish it out a little more. For now, let's just finish this Zod leveling. I leveled as Tiger Strike and Martial Arts, and I can tell you that Martial Arts is actually very strong for leveling. Like, players 20, no gear kind of level strong. I'll probably show that off soon as well, because I do want to play a Martial Arts then, and this next one is going to be Tiger Strike and not Martial Arts. Or Tiger Nova and not Martial Arts. I thought I was going to get to do some jank stuff, like show you how snowballs apply to Tiger Strike, but to Tiger Nova, but they actually don't. The grief damage applies, but the snowball's base damage is not. It's really weird. Oh, Phoenix Strike, yeah. Well, you can only have Phoenix Strike plus one other charge in remodded, so that does keep the lag down quite a bit. just do a quick gear up after we're done with the leveling process. I do kind of got to figure out how we're getting resistances. Like a perfect torch and Annie only brings us to 55 resistances with my current late game setup, which is awful. Where is Maggot Lair? What is this nonsense? Right near the entrance. I ran right past it. One done. I know I grabbed a waypoint, but I just cannot be bothered to go back down. Yeah, thankfully, hell is just so fast. Like, we're already 80, we don't have to think about leveling, we can just run through. A little bit of that is because of the event terror zones being so generous with the monster level. Okay, good, we can kill the Vipers in here, even though they're immune. Let's go! I still have to pick my Runeward bow. Yeah, I do personally think that it would just be way more convenient to level multi-shot slash guide arrow. Well, I wanted to show Cold Zon could do it. So, you know, here we are. One day I'll get a Zod from one of those goblins. One day. P1 and zoom for hell, yeah. Technically, you can kind of do that in Nightmare as well. If you wanted to, you could get to 40 in normal and then just throw it to players 1 and zoom through Nightmare and then farm at the end of Nightmare, but I hate doing that. I always end up feeling like super leveled the entire time. I'm going to put 1 point into slow missiles. It'll be useful later against things like harpies. And it is a passive in remodded, so it's a chance to proc on hit. It's kind of interesting. We did it! Actually, I want to kill this idiot up here. Is he over here? I was hoping... I need the BK sword for a different build. I was hoping to hit it there. Okay, take your gambles, take your bets. 1 through 4, 1 through 4. I really could use a 4. I could use a win today. Yeah, the immunes are a little rough. But as long as we can kill them, I don't really care that much. There's no worse feeling than like you're playing a build and then you get stuck because you can't deal with the immunes. Of course, we could always farm some gold, get some minus immunity enhances, yada 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 yada. That's just not something I ever want to have to do for leveling. It's a 1. We did it. Good day for us. Good day for us. Snowball. If anyone was wondering, that item is a riddle for a super late game. Immune to cold. Just everything immune to cold. I feel like cold is the most common immunity in the game, but I think it's actually fire. But it really does feel like everything's immune to cold. Okay, I believe in you. You can tank those enemies while I put this staff in the thing. %95% cold resist. Let's go. Wild, considering this is not event. $25 minutes for 2 acts, that's not bad. Like, not bad at all. Keep it under an hour would be nice. See how painful Act 3 is. What I wouldn't give for a friend to give me waypoint. You can do waypoint skip in D2ReMoDdeD because we're on LAN, and LAN was 2.4 before they patched that. I kind of hate that they patched that. There was no reason to. They were like, we're not gonna fix the long-standing bugs that people have just taken advantage of forever, because we don't want to change the game too much. And then they patched out Ethereal bug and Act 3 skip. And it's like, okay, well, you know, liar. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Like, either touch nothing or fix everything. Like, you can't do the in-between. That was the biggest complaint I had about D2ReMoDdeD. Not D2ReMoDdeD, Resurrected. Like, couldn't pick a lane and stay in it. This build is going to feel great when I have enough pen for 100% Pierce. Okay. Thank you. Okay, it's time for the real test. How long does it take us to get through this jungle section? We got very lucky in that there's not trees. That's something. It's a start. Yeah, our Lust Belt can't proc because we kill everything. It freezes. It's really annoying. For some reason, we can't light the jump arrow. I guess it converts or something. It's a problem I did not come up with answers with before when I was curing. We might have to think about that. Some life on kill would probably be good enough. I think we have a bit. Oh, we actually got a level? Wow. I was hoping this was going to be a pass-through, but it's not. It's very unfortunate. Take this mage blade. It's a solid superior. It is what it isn't at the same time. 10 all res is a fine superior, but like there's not that many rune words you'd reasonably put in it. Something for like 15 all tribute. The king amongst rune words or superiors. Okay, well this goes into Great March, so I feel like this is probably a Great March push through one. Which is unfortunate, but as long as it works, I don't care. What? Once again, no trees, let's go. I have 9 poison for this. No wonder it hurts so much. I was like, why is this poison eating us alive? Well, do we believe that this one goes through? I'm not really believing, to be honest. Now this layout can't go through. Wait, maybe it can. Oh my god, we did it. Made it to Flayer. This is just a waypoint. Unfortunate. I probably should look at charms and pick them up for resistance reasons. I will keep a lookout. Definitely what we're going to be doing after initial gearing, though, is probably trying to get gold, gamble for resistance, small charms. Maybe I'll just gamble grand charms in case we get like bow skill charm. Poison just casually half-healthed me there. This is what I was saying, it feels like everything is immune to cold. This is no event, so like, wild. Oh, I got the Flayer waypoint, we don't need that portal. Oh my god, Kurast chests! It'd be a shame if they were nerfed. Honestly, I might dip into sewers if we see sewers. There's sewers. But I want to do... Oh, wrong one. Do you want to do temple first, and then we'll dip into sewers? Do some sewers. Quest. Definitely try to get temple done first. Good point. I'm so scared of one of these trees just one-tapping me. I'm definitely surprised about how well Frozen Arrow is holding up considering everything's immune. I was not expecting that. Also, goddamn my health bar. Fortunately, not really much we could have done to speed up Act 3. Like, Act 3 just takes however long Act 3 wants to take. I'm here, it's here. Okay, 2 of 4. Crab might be a little spicy. It's not this direction. It cannot be that direction. There's never water next to Flayer Dungeon. Only so many tiles the game can produce, and that's not one of them. assuming that's Great Marsh, so it should be over here. This layout is corners. It's the bottom right corner. Okay, then Trab and Mephisto, and then we're done with the worst part of the game. Like, on one hand, I love that Act 3 is the only act in the game that is, like, completely linear. But on the other hand, like, the way Act 3 naturally is just sucks to get through. And as I play more action RPGs that don't do the procedurally generated, like, areas, I kind of tend to like the static maps a little more. I like that you get kind of rewarded for memorizing the map. The map is static. It'd be really funny if this killed me. It does not. Yeah, I was fucking around with the person on the backhand. I forgot about that. I gotta put that back in my stash before I forget about it. I just want to know how much damage a Wind Force would do at our level. The answer was not enough. So it is Blunderboars and Vampires. So pretty safe teleport one. Well, I mean, there's zombies too. Yeah, there are. As soon as I said that, they appeared. Almost died because I clicked the quest button. It's kind of funny. Thank you, Quest Flop up. You're useless as always. I want to teleport down. Is it going to let me? Okay, there we go. Oh boy, I did not want to teleport down. Teleporting down was a bad idea. Bad plan, bad plan. Thankfully, I believe doll damage just, like, isn't a big of a problem in ReMoDDeD. It's still spooky when you have amp, though. I will admit that. If this is no waypoint, I will take no waypoint. I do not care. I just want out of here. Oh my god, my face. I'll get the waypoint in the next life, apparently. Like, all those were waypoint layouts, and it was just like, nah, we're good. There we go. Waypoint acquired. Oh, I was sitting here last night, and I was playing offline, so it didn't really matter. But I was sitting here, and I heard a firecracker go off, like one of the big mortar firecrackers. And then I lost internet for 15 minutes. And I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? Did someone hit the internet line with a firecracker? I was like, am I gonna have to sit here and try to go to bed at like 9 o'clock because there's nothing to do for a couple hours? Miserable. Okay, there we go. Okay, so it took me about 20 minutes to do Act 3. To be fair, that's pretty short for Act 3. I am not going to use this Soul Stone because I want to use it for a bugged item in the event version of the game. Get the quest log to go away so we can find Iswal. I'm honestly not looking forward to Act 5 either. It's like, I like Zon. Like, I love playing Bozon. Bozon is very fun. Leveling Bozon is so painful because it's cast rate issues. It's like near unsolvable cast rate issues. Where is this wall? See, this is another thing. Like, if we had if like the maps were static, you wouldn't see me sitting here having to run across the entire map going, where is this one stupid idiot? A unique bow, where? Where bow? Show bow. Bow over here, bow over here. Found bow. I think this is Sky Strike? Oh no, it's called Coke Crawl. I intentionally deleted this bow and got another one. That's kind of funny. I will say, most people are not like me and won't be running through this area. You can definitely sit here and look at things. Like, you're not incapable of it. I just don't need another 6-hour video. The watch retention on 6-hour videos is very bad. Which screws with my already terrible analytics. I see that gem goblin. I do want that gem goblin. I do think that trying to run through river is a little risky. But we're probably just gonna do it anyway. Oh, almost got Blunderbore stunned. Do we get a lucky straight river? Oh, looks like we did. We got a lucky straight river. Honestly, I don't want to even farm Chaos Sanctuary. I'm glad that modern ARPGs do not have immunities. I think immunities are so bleh. At least ReMoDDeD has the ability to break immunities late game, which is makes it a little bit like easier to stomach. I hate the concept of you chose this element, so you'll never be able to kill the character. So, not for me. They can kill Diablo on 3 potions. Three potions, no mana potions. Oh, mana potion was the issue. Now, a smart person would go to base. A smarter person would remember that there's a full rejuve over here. There we go. Angelic Amulet. Okay, just Act 5, Suffering to go. I'm gonna hold down the teleport button. Eventually, we will be at Baal's chamber. That's how you play Act 5, right? You just hold down the teleport button. Like, the aesthetics of Act 5 are, like, kind of cool. Like, I like the battlements areas, and the ice caves are cool, but goddamn is, like, there's no other way to call Act 5 but linear. Like, Act 5 is insanely linear. We will be exiting on Steam Light 2. As per usual. Like, Act 4 is cool, but it's too short. Act 5 is cool, but it's too long. And very linear. Which, I mean, it makes sense for it to be long because it's an expansion. They want to give some length to expansions. If you want to do that, you really have to split the expansion into, like, 2 acts, which they really could have done, considering how much of this act I just fucking skipped. We will get Anya after regearing. And that is a lie I am telling myself, because I just do not want to go to Anya. I will say I am not looking forward to characters. It's going to be a pain in the ass. I thought that was a Lancer. It was just my my Valkyrie. I was about to quit. Like, my finger was on the escape key. Okay. That damage is cool. And now we get to see if we did if we left the event properly. It'd been really funny if we didn't. I do kind of want the waypoint for this area because of the event. I don't know if I'm doing it on this character. I would assume I'm probably not, because there's no way we ever survive a Scorpion. Oh, well, no waypoint for me. I don't need it anyway. Yeah, we've seen 2 of the enemies. What is the 3rd enemy? Third enemy type is what? Skeletal minions. Okay, everything's safe in here. Heyo. One's immune to cold. Maddock. That's like the best choice, to be honest. Oh. Orlick's immune to cold. Maddock's got insane cold resist. This is a reset. One, I'm like dying for potions. Two, like, you really don't want Corliss to be immune to cold. But I think you're guaranteed like 1 immune to cold, like regardless of what you do. Ah, more riveting gameplay. I guess we'll grab this, and off to kill Baal. Gotta be very careful with stupid poison archers. Poison will just jip me. I will die. There it goes. Here's exit, but I kind of do want Baal waypoint, you know? Hey, that wasn't too bad. Hour 15 to finish up Hell, it's kind of slow, not gonna lie. even gonna lie to myself. Okay, we got lucky and nothing is immune to cold. Besides, like, the Death Lord. The Oblivion Knights. Those ones. But they have pretty low health bars. It's part of the game. I was gonna say, and they usually don't spawn in packs, and then I saw a pack of them. Man, the mana cost on this skill is wild. 20 mana a cast. I believe the mages are immune to cold, yeah. I believe that's also the last immune to cold unless Lister is. Come on, Baal, you can do it. One more. Man, that really is a 6-second freeze, isn't it? Wild. Okay, so let's finish up Baal. That's the end of the health section of this character. I'm not really going to show off any late game areas. I know we can't do them because everything's immune to cold. Then for anyone that is watching the stream, we're going to gear up for with our late game gear and show that off a little bit. For anyone that is watching the video, there's going to be a cut until I get my gear set up and we can show it all off and all that stuff. But we got a couple of things to do before then, so there'll be probably get a 30-minute cut. Assault helmet, wow! And there's Haldon, we did it, guys! Look at us go! That was only semi-painful. Let's go do our gearing. We've finally finished gearing enough to do trials, and that's what matters. So let's go over our gear, go over our stats. The stats are the usual. We pick enough stats to weigh our gear, and then everything else goes into vitality. For skills, we opted to go max evasive, max penetrate, max pierce, cold arrow, freezing arrow, hail of arrow, 1 point decoy, max Valkyrie, rest in the slow missile, just because we could. There's some extra points. They're really for your 8 LB1 once you get it, but just throw them into slow missile for now. For gear, we are on ice, because this is the only reasonable cold bow that is possible to get. If you can't get this, your best bet is Blood Raven's charge, which is +6 to bow skills with a good roll. +2 Amazon, +4 bow. It's about, I think it was 7k less damage on sheet, but that's really not that much. Gloves, I think Fletcher Fury are the low tier gloves, and the best tier gloves are Ender Guidance rolled for exactly Ice Arrow, or Freezing Arrow, my bad. But if you want to use Cold or Freezing Arrow and switch back and forth, you're better off with Fletcher's Fury. The ignore target defense does not matter because our Ice already does that, and so does our Quiver. Speaking of our Quiver is Fletching a Frostbite. It's really the only option for Cold Quivers, unless you wanted to craft something yourself, which we might do late game, but I don't know what I'd want on a crafted Quiver just yet. For chest piece, we're on a Spiritual Archon. Immunity reduction. We currently need like way more immunity reduction than than necessary for normal. We're on 235 immunity reduction. You only need 151 normally. So there's that. For our helm, we're on the Black Tempest set, along with our belt and our ring. It's the cold attack set. There's really not much to talk about besides that. This adds cold immunity, this adds cold mastery, this adds cold damage, and you also get +4 cold skills and some flat cold damage on the set bonuses. For our ring, we're on a Raven Frost because I don't have enough money for 2 Chams, or the place to put 2 Chams right now. I really wish Fletching a Frostbite gave immune to freezing instead of ignore target defense. We're on a Mara's. We have a huge resistance problem, as you can see. We're not maxed out even with Mara's, and 3 ums in our gear. That's 66 Prez just from our rings sockets. For our boots, we're on Morning Frost, which are Pulsing Presence boots. Realistically, this slot can honestly be whatever boots you want. This boot slot right here, the Holy Freezor is about like worth 1k damage or something. Something absolutely useless. But I was like, I already made it, I might as well use it. It also gives you some max cold res, which is pretty nice for getting 95%. Along with something else here as max cold res. Oh, it's the belt. For charms, we're on some Jack resistance charms. And yeah. We got an Annie and a torch. This is a Paladin torch because we are not lucky enough to get an Amazon torch. Beacon. Random Grand Charm. Kuroneko no Himitsu. I'm going to say that I pronounced that really bad, but this is for the vitality of the energy. Faster run walk and slaying monsters rest in peace is also really nice, but we kind of freeze shatter everything, so that doesn't matter. By the way, 6 seconds of freeze on Freezing Arrow, really good. And then we're on a Gates. Do I need to explain why we're on a Gates? I don't think so. So let's do some trials. This is player 7 trials, which is like the typical farm number. This is trials 29. Let's bow. Oh yeah, we're on Call to Arms. Angel's Pledge for our backhand bow. Forgot, my bad. When enemies are grouped, like we clear player 7 enemies really fast. Oh, by the way, you can just ignore the part. He's not necessary. He's here to grant me Nature's Kingdom for some mana regen. Like, you can just drink mana potions. As you can see, when they're like a single enemy, our damage is kind of low. When they're packed up, our damage is like really high. Which is just tend to how these kind of builds work. And realistically, if we wanted to clear faster, we just throw it to players 3. So we'll do this trial floor, we'll do boss, and that'll be it for the holds on stuff. Can't wait to do video editing, it's my favorite. I'm so bad at it, and I don't like care to get better, which is not helping anything. Oh yeah, I forgot to get all the jewels you see in our sockets are rainbow faucets. Like, I forgot that I'd have to explain that because anyone that's played modded for a long time knows that if they see jewels in a socket, it's probably a rainbow faucet. All 5/5 cold faucets because we're guaranteed 5/5 faucets at the moment for cold. Which does bring us to 195 minus resistance, which is 4 off than max, but perfectly fine. As you can see, like, even with our low resistance count, we're like perfectly safe. I did do a little bit of Frozen Tundra. I don't want to show it off in case I die again. I don't really want to eat deaths for no reason. This Frozen Tundra is currently the boss event, for anyone wondering why I would say Frozen Tundra is part of the trials. Frozen Tundra is currently... Oh, they were my mercenary. If you do it on player 1, I wouldn't try to do anything higher. We have the damage for it, surprisingly. It's the real issue is we don't have sustain, like, at all. And Andario can just one-tap us. That Skull Mob was a terrible idea, whoever thought that was a good one. Still fun. I love getting one-tapped by Andario from across the screen. I still think it wouldn't be so bad if Skull Mob wasn't green like our poison was, and I could like register it faster. So there's a couple tricks to playing this build. If you want to do more damage, get there back to a wall and let the wall explosion kill them. For single targets. That poison was like a really big hit. For mercenaries, I do suggest the typical aura mercenary. I don't have mine set up right now, so I can't show it off. It's just Hygienist Purity plus Cleansing Aura plus Nature's Kingdom. Usually a lightsaber for the weapon because it grants him lightning absorb. You can find that kind of info on the Discord really easily. It's been a common mercenary setup for Act 3 mercenaries for like ever. You really shouldn't face tank anything on this character, that's for sure. And normally I also would not do trials on player 7. I would just do players 3, take the slightly lower drops but the slightly better safety and speed. Okay, good. We finally found the lair. We can show off our boss damage, keep our Valkyries up. Bosses are super safe because bridges. Let's see if we grab the boss. It's Friend Sieger. It's this thing. I think our boss damage isn't bad. It's not great. It's not bad. I do want to try to figure out how to pull out some more damage on this build, but I think we can pretty easily. Yeah, eventually they're going to make it so we can't do that, I swear. Get every boss flying or something. But that's it for this video. Honestly, I really like Isolon. I think it's very strong. It is very gear intensive though. You need those faucets. You need that Archon plate. You need 2 packs on it. Because Pulsing Presence is a pack. Unless you don't really want to use Pulsing Presence pack, which as I said, the boots are optional. Technically the highest damage boot option though. Yeah, that is it for me for the leveling portion of this video. I might make a quick update guide if we decide to go any further on this build. But that'd probably be mostly me talking about charms you can pick up and stuff like that. So, peace for now, guys. If you're watching the YouTube video, the stream will continue for a little while longer.